Bring in the jury.
Please rise. Jury entry.
Good morning, everyone. While you're getting situated and taking out your notes, for those of you who are taking notes, the transcripts are also back on your chair for this audio recording. The first thing, I'm going to review the questions that I asked of you yesterday about instructions. Has anyone been exposed to any media coverage of the case overnight? All jurors answered no. Anybody do any research on their own overnight? All jurors answered no. And then, has anyone discussed the case with anyone else, even amongst yourselves? And all jurors answered no. So there, as far as the scheduling goes, the case has moved along quite quickly, and the state, in fact, expects, I'm not going to hold them to it, but they expect to rest their case today. There'll be this audio and then one additional witness. After that, due to some witness scheduling issues, there will not be court on Monday. We will resume on Tuesday with additional evidence. I'm not going to commit to how long that additional evidence will be, but it won't be long. The case will certainly be going to closings and final jury instructions by the middle of next week. All right? So, I expect the jury to have the case for deliberation maybe by Thursday, latest Friday. Okay? All right. Just to refresh your memory one more time, there is no court on Monday, so don't come here on Monday. You'll be the only one here. No. All right. So next, you do have the transcripts in front of you. Just to remind you, we're going to resume at page 442. This is the cross-examination of Mr. Clough by the defense. If you could, and to remind you as well about the transcripts, they are for you, your aid to follow along. The evidence actually comes from the audio. If there is a conflict between the audio and the transcript, the audio is what controls. And do not take notes on the transcript because you won't get those back. I think that's everything. All right, go ahead.
Can you tell me your understanding of that proffer was?
I don't remember exactly what it said. asked me about before we started?
No, this one is the letter that the AGs provided you. And basically said that if you cooperated, that they wouldn't want us to bring the charges, but if you were cooperative and talk to them, they wouldn't bring any charges as long as you were truthful. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
You're understanding that if the AGs believe that you're telling the truth today, that they won't bring any additional charges, any charges.
I don't have that understanding.
But that's my
You're talking about this, you're referring to a different thing. I'm not sure if those two different
yeah.
things.
Thank you. I want you to correct me if you're confused, all right? I don't intend to do that. Sometimes I just end up doing that. It is your understanding that you testified today, and the prosecutors believe that you testified truthfully, they won't bring any charges as a result of your testimony.
I don't believe that's what I was told. I was told that if I perjured myself, that I could have face charges for that. So I came here intending on telling the truth.
And who decides?
It was actually
And who decides
that's
whether
my
or not?
responsibility.
Yeah. Who decides whether or not you perjured yourself?
I suppose that would be the judge.
Did you read the file letter that was given to you on Friday?
Did I read it?
Yes.
I read several things. I have to see it for the first time to know exactly what you're talking about. There's a lot of terms and such that are being said, this whole thing is probably wrong, to say the least. For me, anyway.
Fair enough. One of the officers you spoke with on more than one occasion is Sergeant Strong.
Yes.
You grew up together.
Yes.
Played hockey together.
Yes.
Sergeant Strong knows your family.
Yes.
You and Sergeant Strong text each other during the course of the investigation of this case.
Yes.
You text each other until about the summer of 2018. That sound about right?
Okay. Yes.
One of the things that the police told you when they talked to you is they wanted you, they didn't think you had anything to do with it, right?
I'm not sure if I specifically remember that, but I know him, so I suppose I just said that.
Okay. And when you talked to the police in the first instance, you didn't tell them that you saw blood, did you?
I'm not sure.
You lied about whether or not you saw blood when you talked to Sergeant Bristol.
I'm not sure that I lied about anything.
2017, weren't you?
I suppose.
And I'm just trying to see if you looked at the conversation you had with the officer, that would be fresh recollection, whether you noticed any blood or not at that time. Told him that you noticed any blood at that time.
Are you asking me if I need to refresh my memory? Is that-
Say that again?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking if I need
I'm asking if I showed the transcript of the
Yes,
conversation
right.
that I'll give you. Start reading. We need to wait go upstairs and finish when you go. Do you recall whether or not you said anything about blood during that interview?
I don't recall, doesn't say anything about blood in that transcript.
It's fair to say that when the police showed up at Mr. Smorank's property and you were with him, you were pretty nervous.
I would say so.
You didn't want to be involved.
Of course not.
And what is that?
Why would I want to be involved in anything like that? Why would I it had nothing to do. I didn't have anything to do with it, so I didn't want to be there. There was a whole bunch of police there all of a sudden, and that, of course, was.
And after you started talking to them, police decided to search your home, right?
Apparently,
Did they search your home?
they did.
And they took pictures of your body. I'm going to show you, Mr. Marquez, defendants exhibits J3, K3, L3, and M3. And ask you if you recognize these. Got your body?
I assume it's interesting. It is. I don't know what's that.
No, I'm not asking questions about scraps. I'm asking if those are pictures of you.
How would I see? That's this much of somebody's on.
You weren't shown these pictures before.
I saw some pictures the other day, prosecution showed me, but I don't, those, none of those have. Those don't have a picture of my face that's like this much of an arm, or this much of a leg. How could I tell them if that's me.
Okay, you met with prosecutors on Friday, didn't you? Right?
Mm-hmm.
You met with them on Friday?
Yes.
And they showed you the pictures on Friday?
I don't think they were cut like that. Yes, I saw pictures with scratches. Yes.
Okay. And they have scratches on? Right?
Yes.
And those were taken shortly after the homicide, right?
Yes, apparently.
After the police, and they also took a sample of your DNA, they took a bottle swab.
They did.
So after the search of your house, the search of your body, you were kind of nervous, right?
The whole idea of everything made me nervous, but I knew I had done anything, so I had nothing to be nervous about, if that's what you mean.
You never volunteered to call Detective Strong, Sergeant Strong, to make sure you had the story straight?
I didn't remember I could tell because two of my friends had just been murdered, and as a human being, that was my obligation. You get conscious, so I do the same thing tomorrow, I did the same thing yesterday. I was, it's all clean now, so.
Did you know at that time where she lived?
She was going to stay with Christine.
Where did she live before that night?
She was in between places to live.
Wasn't she homeless basically?
Yes.
So she was reaching out to people looking for places to stay. Christine agreed to have her that night. Did you come and ask some questions about how you knew Jenna? And now I'm going to ask you about how you knew Christine, someone you met with Dean at a few years back. And when you interacted with Dean and Christine, you interacted with Christine mostly.
Right.
And you guys helped each other out a lot.
Yes.
You helped her with her projects,
Yes.
and she would let you upgrade on giving you some drugs with the
That wasn't really anything that took place like that. We just helped each other because we were friends.
And she left your daughter.
You have another.
Christine gave your daughter presents.
She didn't.
So you bring your daughter out there and you hung out with Christine quite a bit.
Yes, very well.
Close friends.
We were good friends, yes.
And then with Dean, before we get to Dean, let's talk a little bit about your relationship with Buddy. Is that somebody you knew well at the time?
I thought I did, but in hindsight, I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But how long have you known Buddy at that point?
I can't say exactly, a year or two maybe.
And did you do Buddy because of your drug use and your drug sales?
He worked on some of my equipment and stuff like that, cars and trucks, was how I originally met him.
Okay, and did you find that you guys also share the same habits?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you and Buddy had helped Christine move stuff with U-Haul a few weeks before the homicide.
I don't think it was a few weeks, it was just,
A week before.
it was very close, yeah. I'm not sure actually.
And your understanding was Christine was trying to move out.
Yes.
Did you have and Dean, you said Dean didn't want her to move out?
That's not my son.
Okay. Is it true that Dean didn't want her to take stuff because he thought some of the stuff was his? you off.
Yes.
One reason why he cut you off because he felt you owed him money.
Could be bad ones.
And sometimes Christine would help out without Dean knowing.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Dean and Christine did not live together often.
Dean was gone.
And Dean lived down in Florida.
Correct.
Have you ever been to Florida with Dean?
No.
And also fair to say that it was not often that Dean and Christine would be gone at the same time.
Once in a while.
Just once in a while. And you heard Dean complain about Christine.
Yes.
What was your observation of their relationship?
Volatile.
Pardon me?
Volatile.
And what do you mean by that? What did you hear?
He was in a woman.
Okay, what did you hear? Did you hear them talking to each other before you was volatile?
Yes.
And how did it sound without saying specific words?
It was not pleasant.
Was it uncomfortable to be there?
Sure.
And at some point, you received a call from Dean to go check the house, correct?
Yes.
And were you surprised? You were surprised that you got a call from Dean, is that correct?
Yeah, it was surprising.
And the reason you were surprised is because you're not that close to Dean, right?
Right.
He had other people that work for him,
Yes.
that were closer to him.
Right.
But you agreed to go up,
Yes.
and you went up there, right?
Yes. I'm sure that's fair.
Michelle, photo that's been marked T3, you recognize the location of this, where this photo is taken?
Yes.
And where is it? Okay. Is there something on the chair that belongs to you?
Back
And was the search done off the after the homicide? Yeah.
there. We got this one right now. We're dressed with
And Dad was like the backpack to normally back. And the contents of the bag accurate? Were those your items in the bag? So, we had flashlights, right? We had knives, cash, small knives, phone. Yes, sir. You know what it is? Is that fair enough description of some of the items you may have hacked for the pick up the keys?
That stuff will just be in that bag anyway.
And in addition to the stuff that's in your bag, besides the flashlight, there's a gun, right?
There's no gun there.
In addition to the stuff that was in the bag that you usually carry, you also brought a gun.
I did.
And you so we saw some flashlights that you brought, correct?
I'm not sure if those are the ones I brought or not.
Okay, you did bring a
I
flashlight.
didn't have flashlights in my bag. Anyway, I have flashlights, I have several flashlights. There's probably probably 2 flashlights in my bag, right now. Different backpack, different flashlights, but there's still a flashlight in my bag here. Still a knife in my bag. Swim is very close to my bag.
Yeah.
I guess.
So you used the flashlight when you went out to Dean's house?
I brought a flashlight in my own house.
Did you use it?
Yes.
Okay. You used it when you went into the garage?
Yes.
Because the garage is dark.
There's lights in the garage also, but I'm sure I got my flashlight in there.
You were able to turn the lights on in the garage?
I don't specifically remember what else went on.
And after you went to the garage, you would use it to go over to the house? Yes.
Yes.
You walked up the steps towards the screen porch? Yes.
I don't remember exactly where we went first, but I went up the steps at the point.
And did you go up the steps by the hot tub?
We went up the steps on the opposite side where we always, everybody went in the house.
And you used the flashlight to look into the porch?
I'm not sure if we used flashlights at that point, if it was light out or not. I don't specifically remember.
Was 7 o'clock on Sunday night in January, you think you were using the flashlight to see your way around?
Might have been. There's lights in the stomach. There's lights in the house, it's not, there's not lights, so.
So your lights in the house, you saying?
What I'm saying is there's lights in the house, so I was gonna sit there, remember that flashlight got, was guiding myself, in the pitch black, I don't remember right away.
When you were guiding yourself, the light is facing down, right?
But I'm not sure what you.
Is it true that you use a flashlight to look around to see if anything's amiss?
Yes.
And when you looked around in the porch to see if anything's amiss, you didn't notice anything? So you and Bonnie decided to break in with a shovel?
There's still being asked if you want me to get in the house. Yes.
So you called him? Or were you on that phone with him constantly?
No, it's not constantly.
Okay. So at some point you had a conversation while you were there to get permission to break into the house.
Right.
And you found a shovel and used the shovel.
Right.
Saw a photograph of the shovel, would you recognize it?
I'm not sure.
To show you it was been marked and it did an E2. So this is a photograph marked as a fence, did an E2. Do you recognize it?
That was a
So when you looked at the shovel, you didn't notice any blood out ahead of the shovel?
No.
But that's a shovel, but you used a shovel right in, right?
Correct.
And when you left the shovel there, you left it here where you broke in.
I guess. And that's what I remember where I left it.
When you were in the house, did you see a love dinner?
Didn't notice what I was doing.
Did Christine borrow your love dinner?
Oh, maybe that.
So your love dinner may have been in the house,
Yeah,
but you don't recall.
it sounds familiar, but I don't specifically remember, no.
But you do remember the food jars on the floor.
When I read it, just a little bit ago, when somebody said the police, piece of food truck.
That very next thing, you remember saying that? When you were on the phone with Dean, did he know that money was on the property?
I don't remember.
When you were on the phone with Dean, did he know that it closed your Christine?
I don't know. We've talked about that, I'm not sure.
So did you get permission from Dean You bring somebody along.
I never asked permission to go.
You didn't think you needed permission from Dean to bring somebody else along?
No.
Do you recall stepping somebody that went with you?
Yes.
And your relationship with her, that she was your ex-girlfriend? You were intimate with her at one time? You used drugs with her?
Yes.
While you were on the phone with Dean, then direct your attention to the slide up here. You see that at 6:11, you talked to Dean for 461 seconds.
Okay.
For quick conversions, does that sound about right? 7 minutes or so?
Are you asking me how many?
So you talked for more than 2 minutes. Since 65.
At any point, all this stuff is a blur to me. I couldn't tell you how long I talked to him on the phone. Specifically, what at this point was a long time ago, and I didn't know what was going on. So, it is trying to figure all this stuff out, and it is so long. I don't know my identity.
Okay, can you just make sure I understand what details you don't remember? You remember that the windows were painted green, right?
Yeah, I remember when this was made.
And you remember being concerned or even scared because they were painted green.
It was under the city.
And you remember being concerned that Christine didn't answer when you called out her name, right?
Yes.
And you remember being concerned when you saw pool blood on the mattress.
Yes.
And you never talked to Dean.
Yes.
You talked to Dean for up to 15 minutes. Didn't you?
That's what it says.
And you have no memory of what you told the person who was partners with Christine when you found a bloody mattress. Is that what you're going to tell us?
I'm trying to tell you that I don't remember any of the details of the conversation. No.
But you do remember that you did tell Dean that there was blood on the mattress, right?
Right.
Did one of the reasons why you didn't tell Dean because you're scared of Dean?
No.
So you're not scared of Dean?
A little scared.
Were you scared of Dean at that time?
I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't put any of that stuff together. It was very naive and when I thought was going on. It's like,
At some point in the night, did you get a text from Dean giving you Jim's phone number?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I remember trying to get in touch with whoever to figure out what was going on, but I don't remember how that happened. That was,
Yeah, he's got strange for you to get Jim's number, but you're not close to him, are you?
well, he had been out there too. He told me so.
Pardon?
He had been out there. He had told me so. Maybe that was that. Maybe 500.
Okay, my question was you were talking. You recorded.
I guess if that's a phone number, that's a phone. Like I said, I don't specifically remember specific phone calls or texts. And I don't remember specific one of those texts from somebody talked to or texted last 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's not.
We're talking about like homicide, if you understand, you don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
You said earlier that you wanted to do anything and everything to help out in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did anything and everything when you found that blood out mattress, did you? You called the police.
Didn't call the police on the show.
You did anything and everything when you found that blood out the mattress. You told me that. Right? No? You surely the only time that you called the police is when Dean was accusing you of stealing $20,000 from his house when you went out there, right?
I don't believe he never accused me of stealing $200,000.
Are you saying that he never accused you of stealing money out of the house when you went out there?
He accused a lot of people of doing wrong things. I don't know what he accused me of doing. I know he wanted to have me killed or that, but I don't know specifically why. And the guy's crazy, and that's what can I tell you?
And you called the police back, didn't you?
I don't know. Did I?
You told Sarah Sonia that Dean was texting you that he's going to kill you because he stole $20,000. When while you were hanging out with Christine at the house, did you ever have occasion to go into the workshop room?
I'm sure.
You could have is that where Christine would sometimes package her stuff to send out as part of her business?
Yes.
And exactly, where sometimes they get their drugs?
Maybe, I don't know, specifically know.
And you also knew that there were safes but you're saying you didn't know that there were safes in Dean's room in the basement?
I think I had a little safe in there.
Okay, and one reason why you may have known there were safes there is because that's the room they went to when you went to pick up drugs?
That's not the message. There was a safe there, there's my walk in there, there was a safe, it was open. It was also sprinkled.
And other occasions, when you went out there to purchase drugs, did you see which room they would go into?
It would be different rooms or a variety of radiation.
And one of those rooms was the workshop.
I'm not sure.
You said that Christine and Dean had a volatile relationship,
Yes.
and Christine came to your house one time, right? She was upset. And did she say that if I'm killed, Dean was responsible?
She said on several occasions, so specifically, referring.
And at one time she went to your house, did you observe any injuries on her?
Yes.
And what did you observe without saying what she said?
She had a big bruise.
Where?
Can you work on that?
And where did Christine stay that night?
She stayed at the house.
Mr. Clough, you remember when you exited R3 just about over 20 right? Do you remember when the picture was taken? He's up there. You do though recognize the backpack in this picture of yours? You recognize that this backpack is yours, correct? And this stuff, generally you recognize as yours?
Yes.
Is that the kind of stuff that you would have in that backpack?
That's generally something in the back.
Are you able to recall specifically if that's the stuff that was in the backpack that you went to Dean's house January 28th?
I don't remember specifically what was in the bag at that point, but the last something that was always in there. And then, because I generally was carrying flashlights. Well, she was every night.
Well, looking like that, you can't say this is definitely stuff. You talked on cross-examination with Attorney Ryan that you were close friends with Christine, right?
Yeah.
And I believe that Attorney Ryan even asked a question about Christine giving your daughter presents.
Yes.
Can you just talk a little bit more about that? When did Christine give your daughter presents?
She had given presents for Christmas. Given her Christmas, I think.
Was that, what year was that Christmas? Was it the Christmas right before Christine was killed?
Yes.
Any of your other friends give your daughter presents that Christmas? Just Christine? Mr. Clough, let me start by showing you what this mark is stating in the PA's part application. Take a look at this. In fact, I want to ask you to do this. Can you spend just some time reading the 2 pages of that document? Then I'm going to ask you if you recognize it. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Something that I saw in that last week, saying that anything that I testified to could not be used against me.
And there's a signature at the bottom of that letter?
Yes.
There's a line that says Stephen Clough, correct?
Yes.
And there's a signature on that line? Do you recognize that signature? How do you know it's your signature? Did you sign that letter when that house right?
Yes.
There's another signature down below that says Robert Watkins. You got a line that says Robert Watkins Esquire. And there's a signature on it. You know who Robert Watkins is?
Yes.
What's his connection to you? And did you see him sign that letter right?
Yes.
And then there's actually another line of my name and signature above it, right? Did you see me sign that letter right? And is there a date on the front of that letter? Is there a birthday? And who's this letter directed to?
Me?
Mr. Clough, I want you to keep these exhibits for a moment. Just going to go through them on the screen. So let's start with exhibit E. Looking at the exhibit E that you have in front of you, the one that purchased marked. Is this what the top of that exhibit appears to be? This is a black and white copy, yours is in color, but it's probably the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. This is what you just mentioned, dated October 11th, 2019, addressed to yourself.
Yes.
I'd like to look at a couple parts of this. First it begins, Mr. Clough, members of the New Hampshire Attorney General such a meeting. This letter sets forth the full and exclusive terms of the understanding between yourself and the state. There are no other promises, terms, or conditions except the following. Can I read that first paragraph? Yes. Thank you. Paragraph number 1 talks about when and where the meeting will take place. Let me read paragraph 2. Please confirm if I read it correctly. Paragraph 2, the parties acknowledge that Mr. Clough has not received any promise, suggestion, or information of any sort from law enforcement officer, from any law enforcement officer or representative of the state, that he will receive any benefit, leniency, consideration, or any form of assistance from the state in exchange for meeting with and speaking to the state's representatives, with the exception of the agreement set forth below. In particular, Mr. Clough has not received any promises, explicit or implied, regarding the disposition of any criminal charges that have been or may be brought against him, except for those set forth in paragraph 3 below. Mr. Clough will not receive any consideration with respect to any criminal charges that the state could bring or has brought against him merely by participating in a profit with the state. Can I read that correctly? Yes. Let's look at paragraph 3. The state agrees that it will not use any of Mr. Clough's proper information or statements against him in any pending or future criminal prosecution, except for crimes enumerated in RSA 641:1, 641:2, 641:3, 641:4, and 642:3, or their equivalents in other jurisdictions, provided the information that Mr. Clough provides is truthful. In the event that Mr. Clough intentionally lies during the interview, the state may then use any and all of the statements he makes during the interview against him in any criminal case the state has or may initiate during that paragraph. Yes. And then final paragraph number 4. In the event that Mr. Clough is a witness at any official proceeding for any party and offers testimony materially different from any statements made or information provided during this meeting, the attorney of the state may examine him concerning the statements made or information provided during this meeting. This provision is necessary to ensure that Mr. Clough does not make materially false statements to a government agency or commit perjury should he testify at any trial or other sworn proceedings. Did I read that paragraph? Yes. Are there any other paragraphs with content other than a couple of mentions about who your attorney having reviewed this letter together? No. No other paragraphs with content. We got all about that matter? Yes. This one. At any point, as we read through this letter, did I read as the letter saying that we will not charge you with any crime simply because you're testifying against him? No. Line 3, which is identified as the only agreement between the state, is just that we wouldn't use the statements from that meeting against him, correct? Right. And you also have in front of you Exhibit 89, right? Yeah. I have a copy of 89. The document you're looking at, Exhibit 89, sir, is that captioned State of New Hampshire versus Verrill? Yes. And is it called order that it's on the screen here? Yes. Does this order read, pursuant to RSA 516:34, for a letter dated October 8, 2019, in a company motion, the Attorney General of the State of New Hampshire has requested an order from this court requiring Stephen Clough by testimony in trial regarding the murders of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini, which testimony Mr. Clough may likely refuse to provide on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination. In his request, the Attorney General stated that in his judgment, the testimony of Stephen Clough may be necessary for the public interest. Did I read that paragraph, John? Yes. The second paragraph, pursuant to RSA 516:34, and based upon the Attorney General's request, the court orders that Stephen Clough shall testify at trial regarding the murders of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini. Further, no testimony or other information held under this order, or any information directly or indirectly derived from such testimony or other information, may be used against Mr. Clough in any criminal case of forfeiture. However, Mr. Clough may be prosecuted or subject to any penalty or forfeiture for any perjury, false swearing, or contempt committed in against him or failing to answer, or in producing or failing to produce evidence in accordance with this order. Did I read that correctly? Yes. Now, the copy you have, it says so ordered, but then it also has a signature in the bottom right-hand corner. Yes. Beneath that signature is a scale that reads Stephen M. Moore, Missionary Justice, correct? Yes. Anywhere in this order that we just read together, does it say the state
do it when I got in the house, when I got there again. It was just the basement door. I'm not sure that I got upstairs.
So ladies and gentlemen, before you turn your attention away from this last witness, the defense
are there, her purse is there, the laptops are there, like everything there, and would be there when they're there, except they're not there.
All right, thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, do you need to approach counsel, or are we going to go on to the next witness after, we'll take a short break?
We're ready to take a break and go to...
All right, so why don't we take a short break, 15 minutes. We'll be back in the courtroom about 20 after 11, and the state will present its next witness. Where did she go? All right, thank you.
What is the email that you sent? Was it your proposed instructions, or are you asking instructions from us?
No, it's the proposed instructions. They should be attached.
Great.
All right. All right, thank you. ahead and bring in the jury. All right, folks, and while you're getting your notebooks ready and settling in, I'll ask the state to call its next witness, please.
State calls Melissa Staples.
All right, good morning. If you could come around the back side of the witness stand, you'll see it opens up there. And when you step in, if you could remain standing for just a moment and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
And then you can pull that microphone down, but you don't want to sit too close to it. Probably keep a good 6 or 8 inches
Okay.
away so that it won't echo back at you. All right, go ahead.
Good morning. If you could
Morning.
start just by please introducing yourself to the jury.
My name is Melissa Staples, and I'm the director of the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the state lab?
I've worked there since 1998,
And how long have you been director?
since 2019.
Prior to being director, what position did you have?
I was in the role of assistant director of the laboratory, but also as the supervisor of the forensic biology unit in the lab.
Okay. And what do your duties at the laboratory include?
Currently or back then?
Let's start with back then.
Okay. My history with the lab starts in 1998. The New Hampshire State Police was looking to start a DNA testing unit in the laboratory, and they were looking for somebody to start that up. And at the time, I had been working in a private laboratory performing DNA analyses since 1989. And so I applied for that position and was brought on in the assistant director position, but my primary duty initially was to set up the DNA testing laboratory for the state, determine the procedures and processes that would be used, hire the personnel and train them, and essentially supervise that unit directly on a day-to-day basis. In addition to other duties assisting the director, but I'd say more than half of my time was supervising that lab, and also I was trained in obviously doing the casework as well. And so I would also be in the laboratory screening samples for the presence of biological substances, as well as performing the DNA analysis on them.
And how about now as director?
So as director, my tasks are much more administrative in nature. So I'm no longer in the laboratory, but do oversee the laboratory and all of the units that are working there, establishing short and long-term goals for the lab, and overseeing the day-to-day operations, managing the budget, those sorts of things.
And I think you already mentioned this, but back when you were assistant director, you were still doing your own casework, right?
Yes. All forensic scientists get into the field because they enjoy being in the lab and doing the casework. And so that's, I got in there as much as I could to also continue performing DNA testing. That's really my first love, I guess. And so as assistant director, I was still in the lab doing casework as well.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your educational background is?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminalistics from Michigan State University. I have DNA testing laboratory, we were part of that process for a new DNA typing kit, and that was published in a peer-reviewed journal, and I want to say it was the Journal of Forensic Sciences, but I'm not certain at this point. It was years ago.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert on DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I'm over 140 times at this point in 22 states, including New Hampshire.
Does that include all the superior courts here in New Hampshire?
Most, I don't think all. May not have been in COAS yet.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers Ms. Staples as an expert in DNA analysis.
Is there any objection? She'll be so qualified.
So the jurors have already heard a little bit about this so far, but can you tell us what the relationship between serology testing and DNA analysis is?
The laboratory, initially when we receive evidence in the case, we want to determine if there is a biological material that's suitable for DNA analysis on it. And so the serology section is involved with screening those samples using different chemical methods, for example, to determine if a substance could be blood, semen, saliva, whatever biological material may be there. Sometimes a red-brown stain isn't blood at all. There are a lot of things that may look like a blood stain, but aren't blood. And so we screen them first to see if it is, in fact, blood or human blood before we move it on to DNA analysis.
And we've already said DNA a whole bunch of times already, but just to make sure we're clear, what does DNA stand for?
So DNA, you may have heard of, it's an acronym. It stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. But what DNA does in our bodies is it contains the genetic code for what we look like, for example, our eye color, or the fact that we're human and not plants. But everything that we are is coded for by our DNA. DNA is found in just about every cell of the body. So it's found in blood cells, it's found in hair roots, it's found in the tissue and muscles in your body, in your saliva. So just about every cell in your body has DNA in it. And the DNA in every cell of your body is exactly the same. So I can compare a sample of your blood with your saliva, and I'm going to obtain the same DNA types from both of those samples. DNA between individuals is unique. We don't all have the same eye color. We don't all have the same hair color. And so there are parts of the DNA that differ from person to person. And what we want to do for forensic cases is look at those parts of the DNA that are very unique and different between people. And so we look at those portions of the DNA. With the exception of identical twins, everybody's DNA is unique to themselves. And so we can differentiate between individuals by looking at specific DNA markers that we use for the criminal cases.
Okay, and with respect to those criminal cases, what does DNA analysis allow you to do?
What we're typically doing is looking at 23 different locations along the DNA strand. And these 23 locations don't code for our hair color or our eye color, for example, but they are very unique from person to person. When we find a DNA profile, or we type those 23 locations along the DNA, we can then compare a DNA profile between a known individual and an item of evidence to determine if potentially that person could have contributed the DNA on that piece of evidence.
And what is the process from a technological or scientific standpoint to actually see what's at those 23 locations you mentioned you're looking at?
Are you referring to the laboratory procedure that's used for that?
Yes.
So the laboratory procedure has multiple steps to it. But the first thing we want to do is to isolate the DNA from whatever sample we have. So if we have, for example, a blood stain that's on a piece of fabric, what we want to do is to add different chemicals to that sample to cause the cells to release from the fabric and break open and release the DNA that's inside. It's kind of like if you put your clothes in the washing machine and you want the detergent to take the dirt off your clothes. We're kind of doing a similar thing and getting to the DNA that's in that stain. The next thing we want to do is to find out how much DNA did we get. In order to optimize the typing process, we want to input a certain amount of DNA. If I have too much, it's not going to work well. If I don't have enough, there are other things I can do to try to concentrate it. But we want to know how much DNA we have in our starting material. The next step is to make copies of just those portions of the DNA that we want to look at. For DNA testing, we only need a blood stain the size of a head of a pin. A really small amount is sufficient for our testing. And it's because of this copying procedure that we use. We can take a small amount of DNA and it's almost like putting it in a photocopier chemically to make copies of the DNA markers that we want to look at. So then we do an analysis procedure where we can type those DNA markers. For example, if we were looking at the DNA marker that goes for our eye color, we'd want to know for that sample, is it green, is it blue, is it brown, what eye color do we have? And the DNA markers that we're looking at, typically those types are numbers. We inherit half of our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers. And so at most, a single source sample, or a sample from one person, should have 1 or 2 numbers that we type at the end. Finally, we're just comparing those types that we obtained from 2 samples. Are they the same or are they different? If they're the same, we want to know how common or rare are those types. Does everybody have that same type? Or is it really rare, like only 1 person out of 1,000 might have that DNA type, or even greater? So that, at the end, is what we want to find out. So it gives it, what's the significance of this having the same type? And that's the process in a nutshell.
So you mentioned comparing known samples to evidence items. So if you don't have a known sample, for example, if you just have an item of evidence from a crime scene, are you able to make any type of comparison on that?
Well, a sample from a crime scene in and of itself, we can't tell anything about that person that left it. For example, we're not looking at something that tells us their eye color or their height. The only thing we might be able to tell is we do look at a DNA marker that tells us if somebody is male or female genetically. And so we might be able to tell if it was a male or female that left that sample. But that's all without something to compare it to.
In terms of the actual process of conducting DNA analysis, do you take steps to avoid contamination when you're doing that at the lab?
Absolutely.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, I mentioned we can get a DNA profile from a blood stain the size of a head of a pin. So you can imagine that this testing process is very sensitive. And the last thing that I want to do when I'm handling a sample is introduce, for example, my own DNA into it or cross-contaminate it from DNA from another sample. And so there are many precautions we need to take in the laboratory to prevent that from happening. And we also have controls in place to tell us if perhaps it had. So the precautions we take are things like changing our gloves between handling every sample, bleaching the countertops between each sample, only having 1 evidence sample out at a time. And when we are done with it, we seal it away and put it aside before we open the next one after cleaning our surface. We only have 1 tube of DNA open at a time. So there are a lot of things that we utilize to try to prevent any extraneous DNA from getting in that sample.
So at the end of this process, when you have a profile from a known profile and a profile from something that was at the crime scene, how is a comparison made between those 2 things?
So we look at, I mentioned 23 different locations along the DNA, and each one I mentioned is indicated by either 1 or 2 numbers is the type. And so what I want to do is look at each of those DNA markers, and between 2 samples I'm saying, did I get the same types or did I get different types? If even one of those markers gives me a different type, then that person can be excluded as the source of that DNA sample. What I'm really looking for is consistency for all of those markers between a known person and an evidence sample before I would say this person could be the source of this evidence DNA.
And if you look at those 2 samples and you find a match, you determine that person could be the source of the DNA, what's the next step in the process?
So the next step is, as I mentioned before, that statistical analysis. Because again, if we find that that DNA profile is found in, say, 50% of the population, that has a very different significance than if we found that it's found in, say, 0.005% of the population. So we want to know how common or how rare is that DNA profile in a criminal case, because that answer helps to determine what's the significance of that match.
And when you're comparing 2 samples, do you generally need data from most or all of these 23 locations to form a conclusion as to whether the 2 samples match?
Well, I never say 2 samples match. If I have consistency between two samples, it all comes down to that statistical analysis. Because even if you have one DNA location, you can do that analysis, and you might find that 5% of the population has that DNA type, and that's fine. I mean, that gives you some significance of what that means. But the more DNA markers that you have, each one adds on some more and more specific information. So you're really narrowing it down, ultimately with 23 markers, to a single individual or their identical twin, if they have one.
So I want to talk about the case that we're here for today. Did you perform DNA analysis in the investigation into the deaths of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about needing known samples to be able to make any sort of comparisons. Were known DNA samples submitted to the lab in this case?
They were.
Did those include samples for Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini?
Yes.
Did they also include a known sample from a Timothy Verrill?
Yes.
Within the lab, how are different items of evidence identified or kept apart from each other?
So the laboratory receives almost 20,000 items of evidence a year. And so it's very important that we have unique identifiers for every item of evidence to keep them identified properly and not mixing them up with other samples. And so for a case that comes into the laboratory, and a case is a single criminal investigation, for example, it receives a laboratory case number that's unique to that case, and each item of evidence is assigned a unique evidence identification number. And so that combination of our laboratory case number and the evidence ID is unique for each item and helps us to maintain, keep them from getting mixed up, for example.
And did the known DNA samples of Christine Sullivan, Jenna Pellegrini, and Timothy Verrill have unique evidence numbers within the lab?
Yes.
What was the evidence number associated with Christine Sullivan's known profile?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Do you have a copy up there with you?
Yes.
Any objection there?
No, but
It's called Bates Stamp. Do you have a copy of the numbers in the bottom?
I don't have Bates stamped copies.
I can give you this copy, and then if you're referring to anything in here, just let us know what page number you're on.
Okay. Okay. I am referring to Bates stamp page number, looks like 782. And I can see that, and I'm sorry, it was the identification numbers for the known samples that were tested?
Yeah, so we'll start with Christine Sullivan.
Christine Sullivan, first of all, the laboratory case number is FL170717, and so all of the samples share that case number. But Christine Sullivan's unique identification number was TLE155.
What about Jenna Pellegrini?
She had the same forensic lab case number, and her unique identifier was TLE124.
And what about Timothy Verrill?
Same case number, and his unique identifier was WMB8.
Focusing specifically on Miss Sullivan and Miss Pellegrini, was your understanding that the source of their known profiles came from blood samples?
Well, more than my understanding, I actually received a blood sample from each of them, yes.
And what about Mr. Verrill? What was your understanding of the source of his known DNA profile?
I received swabs from Mr. Verrill. When we receive swabs, these are called buccal swabs, and they're taken from the inside of the mouth. So it's just a long Q-tip that's rubbed around your cheeks that collects the cells and saliva in your mouth, and that contains DNA.
And you touched on this earlier, but just to be clear, because DNA is the same throughout an individual person, there wouldn't be any issue comparing a buccal swab with cheek DNA from a blood sample.
If it's from the same person, we'll receive the same DNA types, yes.
And now I want to move on to some of the actual comparisons you did in the case. Did you perform a DNA analysis on an item labeled GMH15C-1? And please, you can refer and just give us a page number.
I would need to. There were several exhibit numbers here. And a lot of reports, so it might take me a moment. Yes, GMH15C-1.
Okay, and what page number are you on there?
Oh, yes, I'm on page 4101.
And how would you describe GMH15C-1?
I described it as a cutting from a bed sheet.
And I'm going to show you, it should be up on the screen in front of you as well, States Exhibit 31. And I want to focus on the top row, the third picture in from the left, and I'll blow that picture up now. Do you see in that image something that has an evidence marker GMH15C?
I do.
And when you tested the item GMH15C-1, were you able to develop a DNA profile from that item?
I'm referring to page 4103, and yes, I was.
Were you able to compare that profile to a known sample submitted to the lab?
Yes, I was.
What was the result of that comparison?
That bed sheet was compared with the known samples of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini. And I can refer to page 4102. And the DNA obtained from the cutting from the bed sheet was consistent with Jenna Pellegrini.
And after that, did you perform a statistical analysis?
I did.
What was the result of that?
The result was that the DNA profile obtained from that cutting from the bed sheet, you'd have to look at more than 1,000 times the population of the United States before you might find someone else with that same profile. So it's more rare than 1 in 390 billion.
And now I'm going to move on to the next item, which is TLE 51. Did you conduct an analysis on that item?
I'm sorry, I'm flipping back and forth between those three pages that I mentioned before. Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you now States Exhibit 32N, and I'll draw your attention to the picture on the bottom right. Do you see what appears to be a red stain on a mattress there?
Yes, I do.
And I will enlarge that image now. Mm-hmm. Do you see stickers with the number 51 next to that stain?
I do.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile of item TLE 51?
I did.
And what was item TLE 51?
When I received item TLE 51, those were a pair of swabs, cotton tip swabs that were stained.
Was the DNA profile that you obtained from one of those swabs or both of those swabs?
I test a portion of one of the swabs.
Is that standard procedure to just test one instead of both?
Typically, it depends on how much staining is on the swabs. If there were very little, I might need to test both. But in this case, that was not the instance.
And did you compare the profile you got from the swab to the known samples submitted to the lab?
I did.
What was the result?
I found that the DNA profile that I obtained from the swabs was consistent with the DNA profile from Jenna Pellegrini.
Did you perform a statistical analysis of that match?
I did.
What was the result?
The same as before. You'd have to look at more than 390 billion individuals to maybe find someone else with that same DNA profile.
And now I want to talk about items TLE 30 and TLE 64, which will bring us to Exhibit 42. Did you perform testing on those two items?
I did.
And to be clear, I'm going to ask you about them together, but did you test them individually?
Yes.
How would you describe TLE 30 and TLE 64?
When I received each of those items, they weren't identified as they were a set of swabs as well.
And I'll focus you on Exhibit 42, the picture on the top left. Do you see what looks like the side of a refrigerator there?
I do.
And I'll make that larger now. Do you see the sticker with the number 30 around what looks like some dark stain spots on the side of that refrigerator?
Yes, I do.
And going back to Exhibit 42 and looking at the image on the upper right, does that look like the front of a refrigerator?
It does.
And I'll enlarge that one too. And do you see the sticker labeled 64 next to some more dark spots on that fridge?
I do.
Were you able to develop DNA profiles from TLE 30 and TLE 64?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare those profiles to the known samples?
Yes.
What were the results?
The DNA profile that I obtained from both of those items was consistent with the blood identified as being from Christine Sullivan.
And after that match, did you do a statistical analysis?
I did.
What was the result?
It was the same rarity. It was more than 1,000 times the U.S. population, or more rare than 1 in 390 billion individuals.
And next, I want to talk about TLE 31. Did you do an analysis on that item?
Yes.
What was TLE 31?
TLE 31 was also a set of swabs.
So we're going to go back to Exhibit 42 again. And again, we're going to focus on that photo on the top left. So I'll give you a bigger version here. Do you see a sticker with the number 31 next to what looks like a red stain on the floor there?
I do.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from item TLE 31?
Yes,
Did you compare it to the known samples?
I did.
And what was the result?
The DNA profile I obtained from that sample, 31, was consistent with the DNA profile from the blood from Christine Sullivan.
And what was the result of the statistical analysis?
It was the same. I had a full DNA profile, so it was more rare than 1,000 times the U.S. population.
Now I'm going to talk about TLE 33A and TLE 33E. How would you describe those items?
Those items were identified as, each one consisted of one swab, identified as being from a shovel.
And I'm going to go back to Exhibit 42 again, and looking at the second picture in on the top row, do you see what looks like a shovel there?
I do.
And I'll blow that image up as well. And do you see the sticker with the number 33 on that shovel?
Yes.
Were you able to develop DNA profiles from TLE 33A and 33E?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare them to the known samples?
I did.
What was the result?
The DNA profiles from each of those samples from the shovel were consistent with the DNA profile identified as being from Christine Sullivan.
What was the result of the statistical analysis?
Again, it's more rare than 1,000 times U.S. population, or 1 in 390 billion.
Did you also perform DNA analysis on items TLE 46A and TLE 46C?
Yes.
And we're going to go back again to Exhibit 42. This time, the third picture in on the top row. Do you see what looks like a pink or purple rug there?
I do.
And I'll zoom in on that photo. Do you see the yellow evidence tag with the number 46 on it?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA profiles from TLE 46A and 46C?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare them to the known samples?
I did.
What were the results?
The DNA profile obtained from each of those samples was again consistent with the DNA profile from Christine Sullivan.
And what was the result of the statistical analysis?
The same as before. It was more rare than 1,000 times the U.S. population.
So now I'm going to talk to you about a group of items all together. So did you perform DNA analysis on items labeled TLE 55A-1, 55B-1, 55C-1, 55E-1, 55F-2A, 55H-1, 55I-1A, 55I-2A, 55I-3A, and 55J-1.
Yes, I did.
And again, even though we're going to talk about them all together, did you analyze each of those items as a separate item?
Of course I did.
So we're going to go back to Exhibit 42. And along that bottom row of pictures, do you see various items laid out on what looks like butcher paper?
Yes.
And I'm going to go through each of those pictures with you, starting with the picture on the far left. Do you see items labeled 55A, 55B, and 55C in that picture?
I do.
And the items you analyzed, TLE 55A1, 55B1, and 55C1, did you understand those to be swabs from the corresponding items in that picture?
Yes, that's correct.
So now we'll move to the next picture in that row. And do you see items labeled 55E and 55F?
I do.
And was your understanding that item TLE 55E1 was a swab from item 55E?
Yes.
And that TLE 55F-2A was a cutting from 55F?
Correct.
So now we're going to go to the next image. Do you see items labeled 55H, 55I, and 55J in this photo?
Yes, I do.
And was your understanding that items 55H1, 55I, 1A, 2A, and 3A were swabs from the corresponding items in that image?
Yes, they were.
And 55J-1 was a cutting from that red towel labeled 55J we see there?
Yes, correct.
So let's first talk about TLE 55F-2A. Was that the cutting from the mass of paper towels we see on the screen here?
Yes,
Did you attempt a DNA analysis on that item?
I did.
Were you able to develop a profile?
I was not.
Why not?
There are several reasons you may not be able to develop a DNA profile. One is that potentially the staining on the paper towel was not biological in nature. It could be that there's DNA there, just not in a sufficient quantity to provide a DNA profile. And there are also things that can break down the DNA so that it's not in, let's say, good shape to obtain a profile. There are things that can cause the DNA to break apart. For example, in the laboratory, I mentioned we clean the bench between analyzing samples. We clean that bench with bleach. And that's because bleach can destroy whatever DNA is left behind so that we have a clean surface. So cleaning agents such as that could also break apart or destroy the DNA so that it's not suitable for the testing that we do.
And without a DNA profile from those paper towels, is it fair to say you weren't able to make any type of comparison?
That's correct.
So setting aside those paper towels, but referring to all of the other items that were pictured in that bottom row that we just went through, were you able to develop DNA profiles from the swabs and cuttings that corresponded to those items?
Yes, I was able to develop a profile from each of the other items.
Did you compare those profiles to the known samples?
I did.
What was the result?
I found that all of those items provided the same DNA profile, so they're all consistent with coming from the same individual. And when I compared that profile to the known samples, I found that they were consistent with Christine Sullivan.
And again, that's everything we just talked about minus the paper towels.
That's correct.
What was the result of your statistical analysis?
Those were all full DNA profiles, and so the same rarity of more rare than 1 in 1,000 times the U.S. population.
Now I want to talk about TLE 80-A. Did you perform DNA analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe TLE 80-A?
That was a cutting identified as being from a paper towel.
So now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32U, and in the bottom left picture, do you see what appears to be some stained paper towels inside a bucket with the evidence marker 80 on it?
I do.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from item TLE 80-A?
I was not.
And why not?
Well, I'm looking at this picture, and in addition to some of the causes of potentially not obtaining DNA before, some other things that can cause the DNA to break down could be things like moisture. It appears this paper towel may be wet, it's outside. So potentially there are environmental factors or bacteria that could get to that sample, and all of those things could also cause the DNA to break down and not, if it's there, and not provide a result.
And you mentioned this when we talked about the last set of paper towels, but for example, if someone had used bleach or bleach-based cleaner and used those paper towels to wipe it up, would that affect your ability to develop a profile?
It certainly could.
So the next items I want to talk about are TLE 79-A and TLE 79-B. Did you perform DNA analysis on those items?
Just a minute. Yes, I did.
And what page are you on there?
Yes,
Yep,
I was just going to say. There's a logo over it. It looks like 1654 are the last four numbers.
And how would you describe those two items, 79-A and 79-B?
So TLE 79-A was a cutting identified as being from a cap, and 79-B was a swabbing also identified as being from a cap.
So now I'm going to go to Exhibit 39, and in the top left image of that row, do you see what appears to be a white cap in a bucket labeled 79?
I do.
And looking at the three pictures to the right of that image, are those images of a white cap as well?
It was once white, but yes.
Yeah. And are you able to read the annotations on those images, those three images?
Yes.
Are those annotations that were made by somebody at the state lab?
Yes.
So let's talk about the cutting first, which is TLE 79-A. Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that item?
Yes, I was.
What was the result of the development of that DNA profile?
The cutting it was from that rear area of the hat. If you look at the third picture from the left, there's staining on the back portion of that cap, and that's what 79A, that sample was. And what that gave me was evidence of DNA from more than one individual. And I could separate out two DNA profiles because the testing we do is somewhat quantitative in that if there's more DNA from somebody, we get a stronger result. Less DNA from somebody gives a weaker result. So I could pull out the primary DNA profile from that mixture, and that primary DNA profile was consistent with Christine Sullivan. The DNA types that were left over that were weaker from a more minor source of DNA, when I performed a comparison with our known samples, those types were consistent with Timothy Verrill.
And when you said there was a primary source and a weaker source, do we also call those major and minor contributors?
Yes, so the major would be there's more DNA from that person present, and the minor just has less DNA present.
Did you perform a statistical analysis on those matches, both of the major and minor profiles?
I did.
What was the result?
The result, even with the minor profile, that was gave me a partial DNA profile. Both showed that those profiles were, again, more rare than 1,000 times the U.S. population.
And that applies to both the major and the minor?
It does.
Now let's talk about TLE 79B, which was the swab. Were you able to identify a DNA profile on that item?
I was not.
Why not?
I believe there was not enough DNA present. This was a swabbing from the inside brim of the cap, and so there we're looking at not necessarily a biological stain such as blood, but more skin cells from whoever may have been wearing the hat. And so there just was not sufficient DNA there for me to obtain a profile.
Is it possible that another laboratory with different equipment might be able to obtain a DNA profile from an item that your lab was not able to?
Yes, there are different types of DNA technologies that can be used. Our laboratory certainly does not perform all of them, and so sometimes there is an occasion when we may recommend that an item be sent out to an external laboratory that may have more sensitive methods or look at different sorts of DNA locations that we're not able to do.
And without a profile from TLE 79B, again, is it fair to say you can't make any type of comparison with that?
That's correct.
So I want to go back and talk more generally now about the work that you do. Is there a way to visually represent the results of these DNA analyses that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And what is that?
In our reports, or at least at this time, we provided those DNA profiles, or the types that we obtained for each of those DNA markers, in a table. And so you could see the profile from the known individuals, and next to that, the profiles we obtained from any evidence samples. And so you could see by looking at that table if we received the same DNA types or different DNA types between two samples.
So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 61. Is this something that you've reviewed before?
Yes.
And could you describe just generally what is shown on Exhibit 61?
So Exhibit 61 is a big table, and it contains the DNA profiles from a lot of samples. But the first thing to notice is across the top of that table, we have listed the samples that gave the results. And so the second column in blue is Christine Sullivan. And if you look down that column, that shows the DNA types that I obtained from the blood sample identified as being from Christine Sullivan. Same with the Jenna Pellegrini column, that would be her DNA type, and Timothy Verrill's column has his DNA profile. All the way on the left, you see a jumble of letters and numbers, and those are just the different names for the DNA locations that we're examining. So each one of these boxes is a different part of the DNA. It's a very specific location that we're looking at, and the numbers you see in the columns are just the representation of the type that we found once we got there. So on the left, we could have a box that, for example, might say eye color, and then in the box under Christine Sullivan, it might have, I don't know what color her eyes were, but blue, brown, green, whatever they were. So it's similar to that, only represented by numbers. And as you go over, you see all of the evidence items and the DNA profiles we obtained from those listed as well.
So to sort of help with understanding, let's start by looking at the column labeled Christine Sullivan, with the evidence number from her known profile there, TLE 155. Mm-hmm. And then the column next to that, Jenna Pellegrini, with her known sample, TLE 124. And if we look at the first row there, D3S1358, we see that Christine and Jenna both have 15 and 16 in that row. Does that mean that's the same DNA type at that location?
So yes, they happen to have the same DNA type at that location. And that's why it's important to look at more than one DNA location, because if we only had that one available to us, we wouldn't be able to differentiate between those two individuals.
So for instance, then if we go down one row after that, where it says D1S1656, do we see that Christine and Jenna have different numbers at that location?
That's right. So they each have two numbers represented, but there's no overlap between the two. They both have two unique DNA types at that location. And so even at the first one, the D3, if I couldn't tell them apart, now even just with the addition of one additional DNA marker, I can differentiate between those two individuals.
So looking a bit more to the right, those first three columns labeled Christine Sullivan, Jenna Pellegrini, and Timothy Verrill, again, are those all the known profiles that were submitted to the lab?
Right, so those were the samples from known individuals that the evidence was being compared to, each of those.
And then three columns from the right, from the column labeled Timothy Verrill, there's one labeled various swabs and cuttings. Is that some of the evidence that we've just talked about, you comparing to the known profiles?
Right, so that column, I believe, represents the DNA profile from when we grouped a whole bunch of things together. They all gave the same DNA profile, and that would be the one in that column. And under the table, it describes which of the items all gave that DNA profile.
So again, for comparison purposes, if we're looking at Christine Sullivan's column and then the column for the various swabs and cuttings. As we go down each of those rows at each of the 23 locations, we see the same numbers for both of those at each location?
We do. And so, for example, if you were looking at this for the first time, and you're looking at the various swabs and cuttings column, the first box under there has an X in it. So amylogen in that top box tells us whether the DNA is from a genetic male or a female. So females only have X chromosomes, and males have an X and a Y. So right away I can tell that that DNA profile came from a female. So Timothy Verrill is already excluded as the source of that particular DNA. If we go down to the next box, that's the D3, that's the same for both Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini. So we want to keep looking further. And if you go to the third box down, you see a 13-15 DNA type. Christine Sullivan has that same 13-15 DNA type, but Jenna Pellegrini has a 16-17.3. That's different. So she's not the source of that DNA. So now we've already excluded Timothy Verrill and Jenna Pellegrini from the source of DNA from all of those swabs and cuttings. If you do that comparison all the way down that column, you see the same DNA types for all of those 23 different markers between Christine Sullivan and the various swabs and cuttings column.
So this process, understanding that it's a lot more complicated at the lab, but is this generally how you go about matching or identifying a match on all these items we've talked about?
Yes, this really isn't the most complicated part. Once you're here, it's pretty easy to see if things are the same or things are different, once you've determined these DNA profiles. And that's exactly the comparison where we start at the laboratory, followed by the statistical analysis if that's appropriate.
And the jurors will have this chart for their deliberations. So for clarity, has this chart been color-coded?
It has.
So everywhere on this chart that's green, is that DNA identified as belonging to Jenna Pellegrini?
So the green DNA profiles are the profiles that are consistent between Jenna Pellegrini and those items of evidence, and there are two of them that we discussed, the cutting from the bed sheet and the cutting or swabs from the mattress.
And everywhere that's blue is DNA consistent with Christine Sullivan?
That's right.
And then everywhere in red are profiles of Timothy Verrill that match the items of evidence.
So those last two columns, if I could explain a little bit more detail, because those are both the columns from the cap that we saw. And so the blue column, I mentioned there was a major source of DNA and a minor source of DNA. So the blue column are the stronger types that I pulled out as belonging to the major source and color-coded as blue because they were consistent with Christine Sullivan. The minor DNA types that I obtained from the cap are in that final column in red. It's not a full DNA profile. You can see that there are some DNA markers, there's just a dash in the box because I did not receive any typing results at those locations. You see that there are some numbers that are in parentheses, and those were just a little bit weaker results than the others. But overall, if you do that same comparison, let's just start, first of all, the gender marker is an X and a Y, so it's from a male. The next box down, we detected a 14 from the cap, and I see that Timothy Verrill has a 14 and a 16. Well, I already know it's a partial DNA profile. I could be missing some DNA types. So I can't look at that alone and say it's not his DNA. It could be a partial, what we call a partial profile, which has one of his two DNA types. So I want to keep going. And in the third column down, you see he has Timothy Verrill has a 12 and a 14, and the minor source of DNA from the cap also had a 12 and a 14. So if you do the comparison all the way down, while I don't see all of the DNA types that I found in Timothy Verrill's known profile because of the amount of DNA that I had, you don't see any types from that sample that are different from his types. And so when I did the statistical analysis, I only used the types that we detected from the cap. I did not use the full DNA profile with all of those types. But even with that partial DNA profile, it was specific enough to, again, exclude a very high number of people. More than 99.999% of the population is excluded as a source of even this partial profile, and Timothy Verrill was not.
We also see, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows up from the bottom. There's a location labeled DYS 391. It looks like Timothy Verrill has an 11 on his known sample and an 11 in parentheses on the cutting from the cap, but Christine and Jenna don't have anything at that location. Do you know why that is?
Yes, that particular DNA marker is located on the Y chromosome. And I mentioned before, only males have a Y chromosome. And so we would not expect Christine Sullivan or Jenna Pellegrini to have a DNA type there. And Timothy Verrill, being a male, does have a DNA type there of an 11. And that's what was found in that minor source of DNA from the cap as well.
And there's one more exhibit I want to go through with you, which is Exhibit 60. Is this something that you've reviewed before?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there's some information on this chart that you don't necessarily know, such as where the TLE 55 items were actually found? You don't have personal knowledge of that?
I may. Just a minute.
Okay.
I do, because I performed the serology analysis on that trash bag. And so I took the swabbings from that bag
And
and the items inside.
And then, based on your testing, are the designations in this chart correct?
Yes, this is a nice summary, without looking at the chart with all the confusing numbers, of which DNA profiles were common between samples.
So for the first two, the fitted bed sheet and the swabs from the mattress, your DNA analysis identified DNA consistent with Jenna Pellegrini.
Yes,
And then the next rows, the swabs from side and door of refrigerator, kitchen floor, swabs from shovel, the cuttings from the purple rug, and the swabs from all of the TLE 55 items we talked about had DNA that matched the sample from Christine Sullivan.
yes, they did.
And then the cutting from the white cap, your analysis matched that to Timothy Verrill as the minor contributor and Christine Sullivan as the major contributor.
That's correct.
If I could have one moment. Thank you. That's all I have for you right now.
Just a moment. The lunch break, but if we're going to try to keep it a little bit shorter today. Is everybody okay with 45 minutes coming back at 1 o'clock? Anybody have any issues with that? It's okay if you do. All right, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock for cross-examination. Thank you. can go ahead and bring in the jury.
Please be seated.
All right, Attorney McNicoll, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to start about a little bit about what the state lab does. I think you said on direct that you now receive over 20,000 items of evidence a year.
Yes.
Is that correct? And some of those items come from homicide cases.
Yes, some of them do.
And for these types of cases, there's someone in the lab who's assigned to communicate with the major case coordinator for that case.
I'm sorry, I want to be sure you're done with your question.
When there's a homicide, there's a major case coordinator who is assigned, right?
With certain homicide cases, if it's thought that they may involve testing from multiple different specialty areas or have a lot of items of evidence, there is a major case coordinator assigned to the case, yes.
And there was one assigned to this case.
There was.
And that person's responsibilities and duties are basically to coordinate with the team about the investigation and about what to do with the evidence.
They act as the primary point of contact between the laboratory and the investigators in the case.
Okay, so there are contacts with the investigators in the case. There's contacts with the people at the lab, right?
Yes.
There's also contact with the prosecutors for the case.
Yes.
And as part of this team, there are routinely meetings with these individuals that are called major case meetings.
There are.
And through those meetings, the team is responsible, and the major case coordinator is responsible for making sure that the items they want tested actually do get tested.
That's one of their responsibilities.
And this team has access throughout the course of the case to consider or to look into the evidence.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So throughout the case, they can go back to evidence that's been collected as they gain more information or if they have questions that arise, and can make decisions sort of on a rolling basis.
Yes, I mean, certainly decisions made at the very outset of the case can change as they receive lab results or as the investigation furthers.
And the jury has heard already that there were a lot of items that were collected in this case, and there were a lot of items in this case that weren't tested, right?
I'm sure that's the case, yes.
You mentioned that there's individuals at the lab who are involved with this team, right?
When you say team, you're referring to?
The team that is working with the major case coordinator, who's working with the prosecutors, who's working with the investigators.
Well, the major case coordinator is really the one that's working with the investigators and the prosecutors as the direct line between the lab and those individuals. And then they coordinate with other analysts in the laboratory, for example, to get different types of analyses done. Laboratory analysts specialize in certain types of testing. So the person that does DNA is not the same person that would do latent print work, for example. And so if there is an item of evidence or multiple items of evidence that need testing from multiple units in the laboratory, that's the job of the major case coordinator to ensure that the evidence gets to the right people and gets analyzed.
And those analysts, in turn, can tell the major case coordinator what their thoughts are on the evidence?
Sometimes the major case coordinator may need input. For example, if the major case coordinator is someone from the fingerprint specialty area, they may need some advice from someone in the DNA area because obviously that's outside of their specialty. So there is some consultation that may occur even within the laboratory.
And that information also flows both ways. They could explain to you why they think an item might be of certain significance.
Yes, they can.
Is it fair to say that there's a lot of thought that goes into choosing which items to conduct DNA testing on?
Yes.
You mentioned in your current role as director that you are in charge of the budget.
Yes, that is one part of my job.
So is that one factor in determining whether DNA testing is necessary for a particular item?
Not at all.
So it's driven directly by the significance of that item?
So what we're looking for is kind of the relationship of the item potentially to the investigation. We have to be aware of our resources because if we tested every single item that was submitted for every homicide case, we never get anything else done. And so you need to prioritize items of evidence, what's likely to yield a result, and that sort of thing, and create kind of tiers of importance. You know, you have your first tier things that may have very significant information for a case. You may have things that bump down to kind of a secondary importance depending on the results of the first ones. So it is an ongoing process of evaluating what items to test.
I'm glad you brought up the tiers because we've heard that before, and that was going to be my next question, but you already answered it. So some of the factors that go into determining what tier a piece of evidence goes into could involve the location of the evidence.
It may.
Like its relation to other pieces of evidence.
It may.
Whether it might contain a suspect or a perpetrator's DNA.
Well, we don't know going in what it's likely to contain, but that's where we rely on the investigators to determine, for the purpose of their investigation, what's relevant for them to know the source of the DNA or fingerprint, for example.
So I want to talk about a couple of types of DNA testing, primarily two, which is touch and wearer. Surely you're familiar with those.
I'm familiar with those terms, yes.
In general, the New Hampshire State Lab doesn't test for touch evidence.
Currently, we do not. That's correct.
And we should define it. Touch DNA is basically if someone touches an item and leaves their DNA behind.
Well, they may or may not leave their DNA behind, but you're correct in that if I touch this bench in front of me, that could be touch DNA, that could be swabbed. I may or may not have left enough DNA behind to determine a profile.
I think on direct you mentioned sometimes the sensitivity of equipment. Is the sensitivity of equipment necessary for detecting touch DNA higher than maybe the sensitivity of your instruments?
No, there are a lot of factors that go into the ability to obtain a profile from touch DNA. The sensitivity of the equipment is not generally one of them, but there are plenty of other factors.
Now, so if you're looking to have touch DNA analyzed, you would recommend that to an external lab for testing?
Yes, we would.
And wearer DNA is different than touch DNA, right?
It's a different term. I think they potentially could be categorized under the same umbrella because they're both involving skin cells, just deposited in different ways.
And would the main difference be the amount of time that there's contact between the item and someone's skin?
Yes, and I could, if you'd like, I could explain
Yes,
that a little bit more. Okay. So wearer DNA is something that we might get from clothing, for example, maybe the collar of your shirt that's rubbing against your skin, maybe the underarm area. Again, there's contact and rubbing over a prolonged period of time. The brim of a hat, we mentioned earlier, potentially. It's rubbing against your forehead, perhaps, over a period of time. And that is what we would consider wearer DNA. And that type of prolonged contact and close contact tends to deposit more skin cells than, for example, if I touch this microphone. It's very brief, it's a smooth surface, that can affect the amount of cells left behind. And also, there's a difference between individuals where some people tend to shed their skin cells more than others. Think about if your hands are really dry, your skin's flaking off, versus someone whose hands aren't. So there's differences between people as well as to how likely they are to leave DNA behind in those circumstances.
Thank you. I think you also mentioned on direct a little bit about sweat, and that the DNA within sweat comes actually from skin cells. Is that correct?
If you think about the places where you sweat, underarms, shirt collar, hats, those sorts of examples, those are also places that are in close contact with your skin typically. And so those types of things are likely to provide potentially enough cells for a wearer DNA type of analysis.
And the state lab is capable of testing for wearer DNA.
We do perform that testing, yes.
And like you said, there may be some overlap between touch and wearer DNA. They're not strict categories. So are there times when you have to make a decision whether an item may have touch DNA versus wearer DNA?
It's usually pretty clear cut. If we're talking about wearer DNA, we're talking about an item of clothing, maybe gloves, something like that. Whereas usually the touch DNA is a very specific external item, a door handle, something that you would just, a pen, something you hold in your hand, for example, is more likely to be touch DNA.
So I want to ask about the cuttings from the white cat that you mentioned on direct examination. First, TLE 79A was the cutting from the white hat as opposed to the swab from the white hat.
I believe so, yes.
And the cutting was a mesh type of material.
Yes, it was.
And your test revealed that there was a mixture of DNA in that.
It did.
So that means that there are at least 2 people on that sample.
There's 2 or more, yes.
And you can't say with 100% certainty how many contributors there are, but there are at least 2.
That's correct.
In this case, you didn't see more obvious signs of more than 2, right?
I did not.
You testified on direct about testing some paper towels or cuttings from paper towels. So I just want to ask about those. First was TLE 80. I'm going to show what's marked as State's Exhibit 32U. And you had testified, based on looking at this image, that there are some obvious environmental factors that could influence the quality of the cutting from that.
Potentially, yes.
Now, you didn't do the cutting of the sample, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you mentioned some hypothetical reasons why there might have been an insufficient amount of evidence or insufficient amount of DNA on this for testing. But you can't offer a conclusion about 100% why there wasn't DNA detected on this.
That's correct.
And there was no further testing conducted on that item.
Not in our laboratory.
You didn't send it to any other laboratory?
I would have to check my notes, but I don't recall. I think not.
Okay, I don't think so either.
But I don't want to say with certainty.
If you want to take a second to look, but you don't recall there being it sent anywhere else?
I don't believe so.
Okay. The next item, paper towels that you discussed, this is State's Exhibit 44. This is 55F, which is circled down in the bottom left-hand corner. And again, what you analyzed here were cuttings from the paper towel.
Correct.
And same questions as before. There was an insufficient amount of DNA detected, but you can't offer a firm conclusion about why that DNA was not detectable.
That's right.
Or why DNA was on it in the first place.
Correct.
Or, excuse me, whether it was on in the first place. Right.
I didn't receive any results, so I can't make any conclusions regarding that sample.
You testified on direct a little bit about GMH 15, which was a black trash bag.
Yes.
Now, you tested the bag itself. We just talked about some cuttings. This is the bag itself. You tested this in early February of 2017.
Yes.
I believe the date is February 6, 2017.
I believe that's when it initially came into the laboratory and I looked at it for the presence of blood initially.
Okay. And the report was dated February 13th, so sometime between it coming in on the 6th and the report being issued on the 13th is when you tested it?
It would have to be, yes.
And your report of February 13th, that was actually your first report of testing that you had done yourself in this case?
It would be.
So GMH15, the black bag itself, was one of the first items you were asked to test.
That's correct.
And it was in the second batch, this might be confusing, but the second batch of items that were sent to you, but the first ones that you were asked, or that you conducted testing on yourself.
I don't know what batch it was in the items being sent to the laboratory because that was my first exposure to the case.
Okay. Well, there were some fingernails that were previously sent to you.
I'd have to look at the notes to see the dates of when they were received.
Okay. If I showed you the report with that.
Yes, it might.
Can I approach?
Thank you. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat,
I was
yes.
just asking about the dates.
Yes, I see the date. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that's 763. So the date of your report on that was February 7th, 2017?
Yes, it is.
We'll come back to that. But that was a reference point for GMH15, which was the second batch of items that you tested, which came on your next report later in February. So is it fair to say that the items selected for that, that testing from your February 13th report were deemed fairly significant?
Yes, they were. Well, I should clarify. Those were some of the first ones that we were asked to test from the investigators in the case.
Thank you. And I think we've established the dates. You analyzed those pretty quickly.
Yes.
And on direct, you discussed 3 of the items that were part of that initial analysis. One was TLE 55, which was a clear trash bag. I'll get back to that in a second. Another one was GMH 15A, which was a cell phone.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I remember the cell phone, yes.
Okay. And again, the black trash bag itself. One more question about the black trash bag. You took swabs of red blood stains on the black trash bag,
I did.
and you didn't have any difficulty locating the items or locating the blood stains to swab them?
I don't believe so.
And then the fourth item was GMH 15G, which is on the screen from State's Exhibit 31. And this was sent in that batch of, the first batch of items that you were asked to test? Right.
It was one of the first that I tested along with the trash bags.
Okay. All right, now back to TLE 55, which was the clear trash bag put on the screen. State's Exhibit 32J. And just like GMH 15, the black bag, you didn't test cuttings of this, you actually received the entire bag.
That's correct.
And you tested the bag itself.
I did.
It was one bag in total.
Well, the exhibit consisted of one bag, yes.
Thank you. We alluded to it earlier, but there were also some items that were collected that were sent to an outside lab for testing.
Yes.
You testified earlier that the state lab does not do touch DNA testing,
Currently, that's right.
and at this time either, right?
Right.
And in particular, the New Hampshire State Lab doesn't do testing if what you're looking for is male DNA that might be in a sample that contains a larger amount of female DNA.
I would agree with that, yes.
And part of the reason is that if the female DNA is if the ratio between the female DNA and male DNA is so wide that there's so much more female DNA, that the male DNA would not be detectable.
That's correct. Using the DNA markers that we talked about earlier, yes.
So again, when you receive an item, you're given some information about its potential evidentiary significance.
The major case coordinator typically gets that information.
Okay, and shares it with you?
Sometimes, not always.
If there's an item that might fall into this category of touch DNA, which might contain some male DNA overwhelmed by female DNA, that's usually information that would probably be passed on to you.
If it's a issue of touch DNA, it doesn't matter to me if it's going to be female or male. That second part of your question really is irrelevant. If it's touch DNA, we're not testing it.
Okay. There is specialized testing that can test in my example, male DNA, which is of a smaller amount than female DNA, right?
There is a type of DNA testing that focuses on the male DNA, yes.
And that's Y-STR testing?
Yes, it is.
Instead of me asking, could you mind explaining to the jury quickly what that is?
Well, we talked earlier this morning about the Y chromosome and males having a Y chromosome. And in fact, one of the DNA markers that we test for is on that Y chromosome. And YSTR testing is a way of looking at markers that are specifically on that male Y chromosome. So if you have a mixture of DNA that's 99% female DNA and 1% male DNA, it doesn't matter because it's focusing just on that male DNA. With our testing, we would probably only see the 99% of female DNA because we're not focusing our test just on the Y chromosome. So this YSTR testing is something that other laboratories can perform, typically private laboratories, that would be good for things of that nature, where you anticipate a lot of female DNA and a small amount of male DNA, touch samples, things like fingernail scrapings from a female. Those sorts of things would be very amenable to having YSTR testing done.
I'm glad you ended on that because that's where I was going to go next, which is the fingernail clippings that I referenced a little bit earlier. You received 4 Petri dishes in early February, February 2nd, of fingernail clippings of the 2 victims in this case.
I did receive fingernail clippings from the victims, yes.
And those were TLE 97, 98, 149, and 151?
Yes. And I'm referring to page, I can see the last 5 digits, 00117, just for reference.
Thank you. And you examined those right away?
I believe I did, based on the date of the report you showed me, yes.
All right. And I think I have some lab notes that are dated 2/17, but it sounds like you know that you did it that day.
I'm sure you have the lab notes as well, yes. So you made some decisions pretty much right away on those items that they were probably going to have to be sent out to an external lab. For the YSTR testing, yes.
And they had varying amounts of reddish-brown staining on them.
They did.
Sort of what you explained earlier about the ratio between different contributors, that's why you decided to send it for external analysis for YSTR?
Well, when I look at a sample like that, one thing I don't want to do is consume any evidence if I feel like that testing that we do isn't going to provide results. And so a sample like this, the fingernail clippings, did have red-brown staining on them. It's very expected that you're going to have DNA from the person those clippings came from. And if that blood is in fact from the female victims, even if they had scratched and there's male DNA under there, I know in our testing we're not going to see that male DNA. There's just too much of the female DNA present. And so that's exactly the type of sample that we might recommend be sent out for the YSTR testing.
And that male DNA that might be under the fingernails makes those fingernails important for testing because that could come from acts of self-defense?
If you can answer it.
Well, I mean, I'm not the investigator, so those types of questions are asked by the investigators and not by the laboratory.
Well, I'm not going to ask about any specific case, but in your training, which I think you said you have over 20 years, or experience of over 20 years, there's a reason why fingernails with potential DNA from someone other than the person whose fingers they came from are important, right?
Sure.
And particularly in the criminal context, right?
Yes. What I can't speak to, you mentioned acts of self-defense. There are a lot of reasons we might have DNA from somebody else under our fingernails that aren't necessarily from self-defense, and so that's the portion of the question that I can't really speak to.
And what you did do with these items in this case was send a rush request to the external lab.
I don't recall, but if I referred to my notes, that information would be there. Oh, if I look on that page in front of me that I mentioned before, it does say, please perform a rush YSTR analysis. Yes.
And what does rush mean?
The private laboratories charge for their services. And typically there's a fee for an analysis you send and say, okay, test this when you can. It's not when you can, but usually it's first in, first out. If you ask for a rush analysis, they're moving your samples above other cases that may have been waiting, and they'll charge more money. So when you talk to an external laboratory about a rush analysis, you're essentially asking them to put other things aside and work this one out of order, and the rush also indicates to them they can charge a special rush fee.
And that's exactly what you did here?
That's in the request to the external laboratory.
So again, these were the first items that came to your lab for testing, right?
It looks like they were, yes.
And then they were also rushed to another lab.
They were.
So fair to say that these were pretty significant items that the investigators wanted tested?
It's certainly something the investigators prioritized.
Now, along with the fingernail clippings, you also sent buccal swabs from Timothy Verrill.
Yes.
So his DNA profile could be tested against any male DNA profile that might have been developed under those fingernails.
Yes, any male DNA profile.
And you didn't send any other male profiles to that lab?
As far as from known individuals?
That's right.
That's correct.
And certainly this isn't the first time that the New Hampshire State Lab has sent materials or samples to an external lab.
That's correct.
This wasn't the first time that it was sent to this lab?
Probably not. Yes, we've sent other samples there.
Okay, and this lab was NMS?
Correct.
And is NMS a private lab like the one you said earlier where you started your career at?
NMS is a private laboratory, so it's not associated with a state government or county or city. It is a private laboratory that would accept cases from anywhere in the country.
Now, about a year and a half later, you actually sent the samples back to NMS labs?
I'd have to refer to the notes.
Okay. Do you want to take a look?
Let me look in the packet, I can. I'm not, oh, hang on. I'm not seeing anything in this packet, but I believe something did go back to them. Yeah, That's what I was looking for. Let me see. Okay, these aren't the actual fingernail samples themselves that were returned?
They were the extract from the sampling.
Right, so essentially if the NMS labs had DNA left over from their testing, they return that because that's still considered evidence. And so in this instance, the fingernail clippings themselves did not get returned to NMS, but the extracts, the leftover DNA that they had did.
And that's what you sent back?
Yes.
Now, on that point about extract, if there's leftover DNA after testing, you in the lab keeps that in storage or keeps storage of DNA items through at least the course of a case, right?
It depends. For homicides investigated by New Hampshire State Police, we are their evidence repository, and so those samples we do maintain in the laboratory. If this were a homicide investigated by a city police department, those would get returned.
There was another item that was collected and sent out for testing that was TLE 154, which was a ring recovered from Miss Sullivan's body,
Yes,
and that was also sent to NMS labs.
I believe so.
Again, for the same reason as the fingernail clippings, it was for YSTR testing.
Yes.
I just want to ask quickly about a few other items that you discussed on direct. Put up Defense Exhibit C2. This was a shovel from which you analyzed a swab. Is that right? TLE 33.
If that's the exhibit number, that would be correct.
Okay. And the DNA testing that you did was from the swab. Is that
Yes, from a swab, yes.
right? And do you know exactly where that swab was taken from?
I don't think I have the notes with me.
Okay.
They would be in the laboratory case notes, but someone else collected those swabs, and they would be in that person's notes.
The profile that came back for this was Christine Sullivan's.
Yes,
And I think this was the item that you had mentioned that you had cut a portion of the swab for testing.
yes, we always try not to consume the evidence whenever possible, so I would have taken a portion of the swab for analysis.
And again, what happens with the remaining swab after you cut a portion off?
It's preserved, it's put back in the envelope or whatever it was submitted in and stored securely.
So this might be, this is another picture. This is B2, that's the shovel. My next question might be a little more difficult to answer based on your memory, but I'm showing what is marked as defense W1. You never, and were not asked to do DNA testing on a carpet cleaner?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Or on a carpet cleaner container?
Is that the plastic in the bottom corner of the photo?
Yes, but you also did not receive a request to do testing on a...
Right, I don't believe so.
Okay. Next you talked about TLE 64. I'm going to zoom in. This is blood that you analyzed that matched Christine Sullivan, right?
Correct.
And next is, I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 42. Next is Defense Exhibit Y1. Now this is TLE 208, and this consisted of 2 swabs. The TLE 208 that you tested?
I would have to refer to the notes if it was 1 or 2 swabs, but yes, there was a swab or 2 swabs associated with this exhibit.
There was enough for testing.
That's correct.
Maybe for China.
Yes.
It is 7417. Just asking if what that says. If that refreshes whether it was one or possibly more than one swab.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So it said swabs.
It does say swabs, plural.
Okay, and again, you testified earlier that sometimes lab analysts are involved in the decision-making surrounding testing certain pieces of evidence.
In conjunction with the investigators and the prosecutors, yes.
Right, so sometimes they'll tell you why they want a piece of evidence tested
Yes.
and the significance of that piece of evidence.
We try to get enough information just to be sure we're not duplicating efforts. For example, if we had multiple swabs from a blood trail, we don't want to test every swab in the blood trail. We would say pick one. So sometimes some of that background information is necessary to ensure that we're using our resources to target the most effectively, help the investigation move forward.
And did they tell you what the significance of this item might be?
Just whether they did, not what they said, but if they did.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you did, in fact, conduct DNA testing on this.
I did.
And the testing of this sample indicated that it was a single source sample,
Yes,
more specifically that it came from a biological male.
that's correct.
And you compared TLE 208 to the known sample of Timothy Verrill.
I did.
And that DNA profile of Timothy Verrill did not match TLE 208.
That's correct.
In fact, he was excluded.
He was.
And that's different than an inconclusive result, right?
Yes, it is.
And you spoke a little bit on direct about the statistical probability of you don't like to use the word match, but consistency between two samples, right?
I did.
And the consistency between two samples for whether someone may be the source of DNA is different than when somebody is actually excluded.
Well, when someone's excluded, it's essentially the number's 100% sure that that's not the person that contributed that DNA. So there's no statistical analysis. If the DNA types are different, that's a certainty.
That was better than what I was saying. So that means that, like you said, there's no way that Tim is the source of this. And you didn't conduct any other comparisons, or you weren't asked to conduct any other comparisons to any other known male profiles?
No, I was not.
And you mentioned at the beginning that you developed DNA profiles of 3 known samples in this case.
Correct?
Christine Sullivan was one, right?
Yes.
Jenna Pellegrini.
Yes.
And Timothy Verrill.
Correct.
And you didn't develop any other male profiles throughout this investigation.
I was not given any other reference samples or known samples from individuals for comparison.
Okay. So you didn't develop, for example, Stephen Clough?
No, I did not.
Or Dean Smoronk?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
So you talked in the beginning of cross-examination about wear DNA versus touch DNA. And I think you said, wear and touch are different terms, but they both essentially involve the shedding of skin cells onto something. Is that right?
They do.
And when you're doing a DNA analysis and you develop a profile and you create that chart that we've seen, is there a difference in how that DNA looks that you can tell this is touch DNA, this is your DNA?
No.
And you mentioned on cross-examination, you said there were a lot of reasons that DNA could be under fingernails besides self-defense. What are some of those reasons?
Well, there have certainly been studies published in journals looking at foreign DNA that may be on someone's body. They looked at neck samples, they looked at fingernails and different things to see if, maybe casual contact, maybe if I, hug my husband or accidentally scratch him, would that provide enough DNA to give typing results. And so it's been found that it doesn't take something like scratching or something more serious like that to transfer DNA that could be detected on an individual's body.
Thank you.
Any recross? Great, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Excuse, thank you. State? So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the state announce that it rests its case. That means it does not intend to present any further evidence in its case in chief. So at this point in the process, a number of administrative matters for me to take care of. That will take some time this afternoon. And as I mentioned to you this morning, there is no court on Monday. So I'm going to release you for the day. You'll return on Tuesday morning for resumption of evidence. And as I said, I expect that you'll have the case midweek, maybe Thursday at the latest, for deliberation. Okay? Remember, you are on a long weekend this weekend, so first of all, enjoy it. Secondly, do not expose yourself to any media. Avoid all media coverage of any kind. Do not do any research on your own, and do not discuss the case with anyone, not even amongst yourselves. All right, we'll see you on Tuesday. Have a nice weekend.
All rise, Jerry Exley.
You can have a seat. Either Attorney Nye or Attorney McNicoll, does the defense intend to make any motions at this time, given the close of the state's case?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to dismiss. With a focus on the indictments charging Mr. Verrill with the murders of Jenna Pellegrini and Christine Sullivan, viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the state and affording all reasonable inferences to the state, no rational trier of fact, and finding the essential elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that there's no physical evidence linking Timothy Verrill to the murders. There's no weapon, no DNA on the scene. There is an unidentifiable male DNA. There's no fingerprint directly linking Mr. Verrill to the acts of stabbing and attacking with a blunt instrument to the women. There's a wide window of when the death could occur. And finally, there's no motive. While the state may not need to prove motive, it does have to prove mental state. So even if there is sufficient evidence to establish that Mr. Verrill committed the acts, there is not and does not have, the state does not have sufficient evidence to show that Mr. Verrill acted either purposely or recklessly with extreme indifference. The testimony of Mr. Verrill's state of mind is based on witnesses, particularly one witness whose own credibility is diminished by the fact that he was suffering from paranoia effects of drugs. The evidence for each of the elements, if any, are based on circumstantial evidence. It does not exclude all rational conclusions except guilt.
All right, thank you. State, do you wish to respond?
Briefly, Judge, I disagree with many of the factual representations made by counsel, including the absence of motive by her client, but in any event, relying on all the facts and circumstances of the state's case and all the reasonable inference therefrom, we have established proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the charge counts.
After reflecting on the evidence that I've been listening to over the past approximately 9 days, taking all of that evidence in the light most favorable to the state and any reasonable inferences from that evidence, the defense's motion is denied. There is certainly sufficient circumstantial evidence that the jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Verrill was the perpetrator of all of these offenses, and particularly the murders. There is substantial evidence that he was the only person at the house with the two women, that he is familiar with the house, that he had the ability, and in fact there's evidence after the homicides allegedly occurred, that he gathered up cleaning materials and other materials to try to cover his tracks, so to speak. There's also his post-offense behavior that includes, among other things, when the police want to interview him, he flees from his brother's house, changing license plates when he left. I'd also point out that the white cap that is clearly his is replete with bloodstains attributable to having been sourced by Christine Sullivan, I apologize. So given all of those circumstances and the rest of the evidence, the defense's motion is denied. Anything else? All right. So in terms of a charging conference, I don't know how long you expect Tuesday to go. We could do the charging conference after you rest the defense case, but that only leaves maybe a little bit of time in the afternoon on Tuesday to do that.
Judge, the state did review them on lunch.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to get a copy, review them. The only change is Mr. Clough also needs to be added with Mr. Caldwell, but other than that, we didn't have any substantive changes.
And I think he wasn't when I sent you that draft, but on Jesse O'Neill's redirect, I realized that he was given immunity. I suspected he was, but I didn't.
It was happening as.
I didn't know that until then, so now there is evidence that he was given immunity, so I have added him already.
So we'll certainly do a charge conference, but we don't anticipate it being very long. The state doesn't have anything to add.
All right.
Substantive requests.
Rather than require you, I was going to say, rather than require you to come out here on Monday, perhaps we could do a telephonic charging conference on Monday afternoon. That gives you some time to reflect further on the proposed instructions. The only weakness there, of course, is that we would have to find some way to patch in Mr. Verrill if he wishes to be a part of that conference. We could probably do it by WebEx and everybody sign on by video. I could try to work that out with the clerk. I don't see why we couldn't do it. We'll see how angry she is with me when I go back and tell her that's what I've promised. But why don't we try to do it that way sometime Monday afternoon? We'll schedule that up. All right. I can't think of anything else, so unless anybody has anything further, we'll recess for the weekend and return. We'll get notice to you on the Monday afternoon charging conference, and then we'll see you on Tuesday. All right, thank you.